I'm Rebecca of Pocketful of Poseys. It's so good to be back making videos again. I haven't been able to sew for about a month now, and due to some renovations that we've been doing. So we're redoing the sewing room as well as my husband's office, and our house is only 900 square feet. So once things start getting taken out and put in other places, just chaos ensues. So things have been a little bit crazy, but I got the sewing room to an interim state, if you will, so I can work on some small projects in here while still organizing and getting ready for new shelves and a new cutting table and a new desk ultimately. And so I'm so excited to share this project with you today. It's a shift, and I know I've made several shifts on this channel before, but I needed a sleeveless shift because I'm going to be making a Regency dress in the coming month, and I wanted the sleeves to be more sheer. I didn't want the sleeve of the shift to show underneath the sleeve of the dress. So I made a sleeveless shift. It's quick, it's easy, it's not historically accurate at all as far as I know. I mean, who's to say? Someone could have made it like this, I don't know. But I'm excited to share it with you, and it turned out really well. So here we go. I used linen for my shift. I washed and dried it and checked the width. It's 54 inches. Then I took it to the ironing board and got as many of the wrinkles out as I could. To cut the length I needed, I tried the pull a thread out the width of the fabric thing. It worked fine. The thread broke often, but it didn't take too long to pull a thread out the entire width. Here's a little tour of my current space. It feels and looks like not much has happened, but 8 boxes of fabric have been removed and lots of scraps and other stuff have been thrown out. The room is 9.5 by 11, so pretty small. It used to be a guest room, but we rarely have guests, so I turned it into the sewing room. This headboard and footboard are just propped up against the wall because we don't have a bed in here anymore. The wall Lucius is on will be home to new shelves with space between them for Freya and Joan to reside. Books and stuff on this shelf still need to be organized, and this shelf is going to be put in a different room. Got a lot of patterns still left to organize. I'm really not looking forward to that. A new desk is planned, and the armoire stays where it is. My dad built it for me, and I love it. The closet will remain costume storage, and the over-the-door ironing board is the best solution for this space, I think. Back to the shift. I used the full width for the hem. So the measurements are, without any folds, width at shoulders, 25 inches. The neckline width is 14 inches and the depth of the neckline is 8.5 inches. Since I had the length, I folded it in half lengthwise and then in half widthwise, so there are no shoulder seams. I drew out a pattern for the neck opening and I just freehanded the curve. Rather than use gores, I cut the shift in an A-line. I didn't measure the length, I just held it up to me, but 47 inches seems like a good length. I marked the cutting lines with a friction highlighter. Then I cut it out. The next step was to pin the side seams. And these are the only seams in this entire project. I checked the fit and everything looked pretty good. Then I took it to the machine and sewed the side seams. My next step was to turn and pin a narrow hem on the arm openings. I sewed them using a whip stitch with assistance from Hercules. I did the same exact thing on the neckline. And now the quickest and easiest and laziest seam finish, zigzagging the raw edges on the inside. So all that's left is to do the hem, and I was thinking I wouldn't need a drawstring, but I definitely do. So I've already put a narrow hem on the neckline, but I think I can just take out a few stitches, add some little eyelets, and put in a drawstring. So I think that will work well. And then this is going to work just fine for my purposes. I needed something that was sleeveless, so yay! I hand sewed a couple of eyelets, re-sewed the neckline hem where I opened it, and threaded some twine through the neckline casing. Finally, I turned up the hem 1/2 inch twice and pinned it. I also sewed it with a whip stitch. And then it was done! I'm Rebecca of Pocketful of Poseys. Today's project is my journey creating a pair of Regency Stays, or Regency Corset, call it whatever you want, I don't care. And I wanted to make a wearable mock-up, so something that I could still use if I needed to, but that would be a project that could have a lot of trial and error. Mock-ups are always a great idea when you're making something you've never made before, and this is my first time making a Regency corset. There were trials and errors, and I learned a lot while I was making these stays, and I'm really excited to share that experience with you and to show you how they turned out. So without further ado, let's get started. Here we go. I used a pattern by the Mantua Maker. I traced out my pattern pieces and started laying them out on my interlining fabric. It's twill, and in hindsight I should have used canvas, but I didn't have any in a light color. Hercules wanted to be a pattern weight. I cut out the interlining. Hercules did not approve. Then I proceeded to cut out the linen lining and cotton outer layer. Pieces are cut out. Time to mark and cut gusset openings. Next, I pinned the interlining pieces together. Here's a little room update. We got my new shelves assembled and I organized my fabric and supplies. Loki likes having a cushion to sleep on. The next project is a new cutting table. I put my stays project away while we were putting up the shelves, so I got it back out and made sure no pieces were missing. I then sewed the interlining pieces together. Then I pinned in the gussets. Next, I sewed all of the gussets in the interlining layer. The instructions recommended adding a gusset on either side of the center front, halfway between the center front and the side gusset if you have a large stomach, which I do, so I did that. Loki needed some love. I cut the slits for the new gussets. Then I gave Thor and Loki some pets. I sewed in the new added gussets. Then I cut new gusset slits in the lining and outer fabric layers. I repeated the entire construction process on the lining and outer fabric layers. Ironing. Hated, but necessary. I pinned the lining pieces together, then I sewed them. On to the outer fabric layer. Pinning. Sewing. Here's when I realized I sewed some pieces in backwards. Ugh. Seam ripping time. I fixed the mistake and then ironed the seams open, including the seam allowance on the side seam gusset opening. I pinned in those side seam gussets. And Lucius helped me sew in the gussets. Next, I added the straps to all of the layers. I sewed them and trimmed the seam allowances. Finally, I started pinning all 3 layers together with Hercules' supervision, of course. The outer and the lining right sides together, and the interlining under the lining. I sewed all 3 layers together along the center back openings. I trimmed seam allowances and turned it right side out. Next, I pinned the layers together at the top and bottom edges. Then I basted them all together. The instructions recommend basting by hand. My next step was to create a pocket for the wooden busk. My busk is a tad short, but it's okay. Next, out of focus, I stitched in the ditch on all of the seams, then created boning channels on either side of those seams. Hercules and I top stitched as close to the back opening as possible. There will be a boning channel on either side of the eyelets. I inserted the boning. I didn't have enough synthetic whalebone, so I used steel boning that was the perfect length. I marked my eyelet placement, used an awl to make eyelet holes, and sewed my eyelets by hand with heavy-duty thread. My next step was to pin bias tape around the top and bottom edges. Lucius and Thor wanted attention at this point. I sewed the bias binding on the outside. Bad kitty, furring my fabric. Then I turned the binding to the inside and whip stitched it in place by hand. I kept poking my left-hand thumb, so I tried a thimble on it too. I tried it on, and it's Okay, so I've tried it on, and the fit is okay. The only problem I have, well, I have a couple of problems. So my problems are the strap is really far over and it just won't stay up. It just wants to fall. And then it's not particularly, it's very late, particularly flattering in the bust. It just kind of smashes. So I added 2 extra bones on between each of the bust gussets, and these bust gussets seem awfully small. I cut out the C-cup bust gussets, and yeah, they just seem very small. But, and then I also made another eyelet for the strap to attach to, because I thought maybe moving it over a little bit would help it stay on better. But honestly, if it was gonna stay on really well, I'd have to move it like between the bust gussets. So that's that. I think also the extra boning here will help a little bit with the fit. I need a little bit more support. I think if I had interlined in canvas instead of twill, it would have been better. As far as, I don't think I may have still needed to add the extra bones, but it would have had a little bit better support, I think. It would have been a little more firm, I guess, is what I'm saying. So, because I don't want to lace this super tight, I want it to be as comfortable as possible. But all of my, as far as this mock-up goes, that is all I'm going to do. I did add, after I got it all together, I took out some stitches here on the inside and the front. And the inside is a bit of a mess. And I added a drawstring, or two strings to each side, and I tacked them down inside the binding. And so just on the ends. And so then I left a little opening in the binding for them to come through, and so I can pull the bust in a little bit, and I think that's going to help as well with the look. So there. It's done as far as that's all I plan on doing to it for this mock-up, and I think it will be a wearable mock-up. It's not perfect. It's not perfect in any way, but for something that should do what it's meant to do, I think it is fine. And I have learned quite a bit making this. At least, you know, the Regency silhouette, Thor's not happy. The Regency silhouette I think can look good on anyone. But I definitely think the undergarments play a big role in that. So I haven't finished my new Regency dress yet, and I'm excited to try this on, to use this with that dress. But I'm going to try it with my old dress that I made, that's Regency, that I use a Laughing Moon pattern for that. And I just used some thrifted sheets. So I didn't have quite enough sheet to make it as full as I wanted, but I'll try it with that dress anyway and see if it makes a difference in the way it looks. So that's that. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. I hope you enjoyed this project. As I said, I learned a lot while I was making it. There are definitely things that I would change if I make this pattern again, and I probably will make this pattern again because I really like the idea of a Regency corset or Regency stays. But you know, I don't know if the long line stays are what I need. I think maybe I need the shorter stays. I don't know. I have a pattern for those from Red Threaded, so maybe I will try that too and see how they compare to each other. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and comment down below and tell me what you liked about the video, or if you have any questions for me. And if you haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and do that. If you'd like to support the channel further, I have a Ko-fi account and that is linked down below. Thanks again, and please stay tuned for next week's Regency project. It is a bodiced petticoat, and I'm excited to share that with you as well. So please join me next week, and I will see you again on our next sewing adventure. Bye! Hello, I'm Rebecca of Pocketful of Poseys. Today's project is the continuation of my Regency corset, Regency Stays mock-up, and also this bodiced petticoat. I'm really excited to share the process of making this petticoat with you, as well as the finishing pretty much of this mock-up of my Regency Stays. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Here we go! I began my petticoat by using Laughing Moon Mercantile's pattern 132. I traced my size out, and I should have used my corseted measurements because it is a little big. I then cut out my pattern pieces of cotton voile. Next, I marked the darts and notches. Then I pinned the dart. Between the time I cut out my pieces and starting construction, we started redoing the sewing room. So everything I had cut out and stored needed a good ironing. I began assembling the petticoat by sewing the darts. I also tied the points. Next, I pinned the shoulder strap pieces to the bodice. Then I pinned the bodice backs to the bodice front. I sewed the side seams. Then I sewed the shoulder seams. I turned the center back openings 1/2 inch to the inside and then another 1/2 inch. Then I whip stitched them down. I trimmed one side of my inside seam allowance, then folded the uncut sides over the cut sides to encase the raw edges. Next, I trimmed the neck and arm sides 1/4 inch. Then I pinned bias tape around the neckline and arm sides, right sides together. I sewed the bias tape down on the machine. Next, I trimmed the seam allowance and started turning the bias tape to the inside, only to realize I sewed the tape on the wrong side of one of the arm sides. Seam ripping time! Fixed it, and then turned the bias tape to the inside. I sewed narrow twill tape to the top and bottom of both center back edges to act as ties. I was worried it would be too small for buttons, but it isn't. I sewed the bias tape down by hand with a whip stitch. The inside is looking nice and neat, ready to flat fill the inside seams. My stitches aren't perfect, but they are so much better than they used to be. Here's one of my flat filled seams. Time for alterations on my stays mock-up. I took off the binding on the front. Then I measured and cut new gussets and gusset slits. I was going for quick and usable, so I zigzagged the raw edges of the new gusset pieces. I also zigzagged the gusset slits and pinned the gussets in. I cut the straps off and moved them closer to the center back. Okay, I have made some adjustments. I made the bust gussets bigger, so now I actually have room for my chest and I'm not being smashed in. I think I am going to do some drawstrings because I think they're a tiny bit big. I mean, I could probably just pinch out one of the gussets a little bit, and that would make them fit better. But right now, this is definitely an improvement to the way they were before. I moved the straps in the back. Everything is a bit of a mess. But now these straps are attached way over here, but that is workable. That is doable. They're not like completely falling off. Can even make them a little bit tighter to make them fit a little bit better. But all in all, I think the gussets, the new gussets, just need to be a tiny bit smaller. And then these would be pretty great fit. So I may just, on these, since they're a mock-up, I may just take a little tuck. I don't know. We'll see. guess I could just... Tuck's not the right word. Dart. Take a little dart. But my chest is definitely sitting better. It feels better supported, but it does still want to kind of sink down. So I'm thinking if I pull these on a little bit, that's going to help with that. Or maybe just do drawstring on each cup. That might work as well. The busk is not sitting like right against my chest, but I think that is probably because my stomach is bigger than my chest. So it's kind of at an angle. But definitely an improvement. They look better. They're more flattering now. And even though they're a mess, I would probably just going to rebind along here. Probably leave the back alone. I might rebind that one little spot where the spot where I cut the strap off, and then they'll look decent, and they won't look terrible, and I can wear them, and then I can get a good feel for them so I can decide how I want to proceed making the real pair. Yay! I re-sewed the binding on the front and cleaned up the threads on the inside of the stays. And then I started pinning the bias tape to the inside. I sewed it down by hand. Back to the petticoat. I pinned the skirt back pieces together and pinned the front skirt to the backs. Were you thinking I was going to have a video without pet interruptions? Oh no. Lucius and Hercules supervised while I started sewing the skirt panels together. And ran out of bobbin thread. Back on track with a new bobbin. I marked the center front of the bodice and the center of the skirt front and pinned them together. Then I pinned the rest of the front skirt to the front bodice. I gathered the back skirt pieces by hand to fit the back bodice. Next, I pinned them in place. went to the machine and sewed the skirt to the bodice. I trimmed the seam allowance and zigzagged the raw edges. My next step was pinning the hem. I took the easy and fast route and hemmed it on the machine. Here is the back of the petticoat. I love the gathers. They're so cute. And Lucius, he's also cute. Okay, the saga of the stays continues. So, I made some changes, lengthened the bust gussets, and all I've done now is I've rebound them. And something I didn't notice when I put it on over my t-shirt was that it is still a little big in here. I did take in both of these gussets. I did a dart in them. So I'm thinking I might just do the same on these. It may look a little weird, but am I concerned about that? Probably not. Because after all, this is an undergarment. But otherwise, this has definitely improved the fit. The shoulder straps being moved is very good. And everything's good. This is just a little big up top here. I guess a drawstring would help that as well. So maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll just do a drawstring. And then we will be done with the stays. Yay! You boys getting in the way of my photo shoot. Loki, it's a good boy. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. I hope you enjoyed this saga of the stays as well as this bodiced petticoat. I really enjoyed making it and I am kind of in love with it. I plan on adding buttons in the back to make it fit a little bit better. I was worried that it was going to be too small, so I did the ties instead of the buttons, but having it on with the stays now, I realize I can add buttons, and so I plan on doing that. But that really is the only thing that I'm going to change about this bodiced petticoat. It's so light. The back I love with all of the gathers. It's so pretty. And I hope you enjoyed watching the process of making it. Be sure to stay tuned next week when I will share with you my new Regency dress. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. If you haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and do that. If you'd like to be notified whenever I upload, you can hit that little bell icon. And also, if you'd like to support the channel further, I have a Ko-fi account, and that is linked down below. Thanks again, and I will see you on our next sewing adventure. Bye! Hello, I'm Rebecca of Pocketful of Poseys. Today's project is the next in my series for Relaxed Regency, and it is my new Regency dress. I'm very excited to share this with you. Now, this dress had some issues that I didn't discover until the end, and they were all my own fault. So stay tuned for my own personal struggles and pitfalls with this costume, and stay tuned for how it all ended up. So without further ado, let's get into it. Here we go. I used black snail patterns number 0119 and started with a mock-up of the bodice. Hercules had important shenanigans to perform. I felt confident enough with the fit to get started with my pink cotton voile. The skirt pattern pieces need to be lengthened 39 inches. I measured and marked my cutting line. Then I cut out my pieces. I took in these gussets as well. I had already taken these in. I just have darts. They are not even, but we are definitely approaching the way I want them to fit. The biggest thing that I changed was I had boning going from here all the way up, which I think was definitely adding to the smashing factor. So I took it out and made it smaller, and so now I have it stopping here, right under the bust. I think that really improves the fit and improves the look. We're definitely lifted better than we were before. It's definitely sitting better. So, yay! I used hand quilting thread to make a sloppy buttonhole in the center of the front bodice piece for a drawstring. Then I folded it over twice so the buttonhole is facing the inside and there is a casing for the drawstrings. I whip stitched it down by hand. Hercules supervised. I used my bodkin to thread the drawstring in the front bodice. I tacked the drawstrings in place. I next folded over the back neckline to make drawstring casings there too. Because I wanted to keep the sheer quality of the fabric, I chose not to line the bodice, so I strayed from the instructions a bit. I also turned the center back in twice by 1/4 inch. I pressed my pieces and the turned edges. Then I whip stitched them down. I tried to make my stitches as small as possible on the outside. I began pinning the bodice pieces together, starting with back to side back. Then I sewed them together with the machine. Next, I pinned the fronts to the side front pieces. I followed that by pinning the side backs to the side fronts. Making sure I was pinning correctly. Then back to the machine to sew those seams. I threaded the drawstrings through the back casings. Then I pinned the shoulder seams. I folded and pinned the neckline on the front side pieces. Next, I trimmed one side of the inside seam allowances and folded the other side to cover the raw edges. I flat felled all of the bodice seams. Then I got some love from Thor and Loki. My next step was sewing gathering stitches on the top of the sleeves. I pinned and basted a box pleat in the center bottom of each sleeve. I pinned the sleeve seams and sewed them. Then I sewed the seams on the sleeve bands. I pinned the bands to the sleeves, right sides together. Then I sewed them together. Lucius was very interested in my progress, or just needed attention. So much so that... oops! I trimmed the seam allowance on the sleeve bands. I ironed my seam allowance on the sleeves. Next, I whip stitched the sleeve bands to the inside of the sleeves. Then I pinned the sleeves into the bodice. I adjusted the gathers at the top of the sleeves to fit. Then I sewed those sleeves in. To the skirt! I had to piece the skirt because I didn't have enough width for my back skirt panel. I pinned those added pieces to the front skirt and sewed them in. Coffee break! I zigzagged the raw edges of the non-selvage skirt seams and then pinned the back skirt piece to the added pieces. I sewed them together. I ironed those selvage edge seams open. Next, I cut a 10-inch opening in the center back skirt. I pinned and sewed a tiny hem on that opening. I used this pink cotton broadcloth for the waistband lining. I, again, didn't have enough width, so I cut it not on the fold, and so I just have a seam at center front on the inside. I had to piece the fashion fabric waistband too, but I added pieces at the back so there's not a seam at center front on the outside. I folded the seam allowance over on the waistband and waistband lining and ironed it. Then I pinned the waistband to the bodice, matching marks. I gathered the front bodice to fit, and I adjusted the gathers and pinned it into place. And then I sewed the bodice to the waistband. Next, I gathered the skirt. Then I pinned the skirt to the waistband, adjusted the gathers, and sewed it on. My next step was pinning the waistband lining to the inside. used a whip stitch to secure the waistband lining. I inserted narrow twill tape for a drawstring. I sewed a narrow hem on the skirt. Then I trimmed the seam allowance on the arm side and zigzagged the raw edges. And was done! Or so I thought. So I just went to try my dress on. And I put it on Freya. And it wouldn't come together in the back. Now, I had tried the bodice on before I put the waistband and the skirt, and it fit then. So I'm not entirely sure what happened, but this is what I think happened. I must have cut, well, remember I had to piece the waistband, and I must have done the wrong length. That is all I can think of. I have no idea. I have no idea why it does not fit. But it doesn't fit. Like, it doesn't come together. So what I think happened was, you know, the bodice is gathered onto the waistband, which I did, and then I think I must have cut out the wrong waistband size. And then when I gathered the bodice to the waistband, now it's too small. And then the waistband has like 4 inches or 5 inches. It's a lot. And I don't know how I did this so wrong, I guess. But we all make mistakes, right? And I must have made a mistake, and I can admit that. So I don't have any fabric left of this, and just scraps. That's about it. So, and this fabric is very delicate. I ripped a little piece at some point trying to get it to fit. This right here kind of ripped away from the waistband. So I need to fix that. And so that means I don't want to completely unpick the waistband and put in a new one. I don't have enough fabric anyway to do that. I am in problem solving mode. And also the sleeves are huge. They're really long and really huge. Maybe the pattern's messed up, but I don't want to blame the pattern because I know that I often make mistakes. And I think, okay, so problem solving mode. This is what I'm thinking. I might have enough scraps. This is about the biggest piece I have left. And it's folded. So I could cut this and add to the back. I mean, then I would have a big added piece in the back. Piecing is period, but the is it that period? That I'm not sure. That's all. That's the only thing I can think of in this moment without taking the whole thing apart. So I really thought I was done with this. I actually I haven't taken pictures of it yet because it's been cold and rainy, but yeah, I thought I was done. I thought all I needed to do was, I was putting it on Freya to check the hem length, and I need to take the hem up just a teeny tiny bit, and I also need to take the petticoat hem up a teeny tiny bit. But yeah, I was putting it on her and I was like, what is happening? So there we are. Wish me luck. I added a panel to each side of the back opening. Then I unpicked the back skirt from the waistband and repinned it to fit the new pieces and put in new drawstrings. And here's where it ended up. Not dreadful, and I can live with it. I'm making a Spencer to wear over it, so the wonkiness should be covered. Then it was really done. Overall, I am happy with it. I don't tend to dwell on mistakes, and it will work just fine with a Spencer. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, subscribe if you haven't. If you'd like to be notified whenever I upload, you can hit that little bell icon and comment down below with what you thought about this project. If you'd like to support the channel any further, I have a Ko-fi account and that is also linked down below. Please join me next time for the culmination of my relaxed Regency ensemble. I will be sharing a sleeveless Spencer and a reticule. So please join me again next time, and I will see you again on our next sewing adventure. Bye! Hello, I'm Rebecca of Pocketful of Poseys. Today's projects are some fun Regency accessories. I made a Regency sleeveless Spencer as well as a little reticule. I'm excited to share these little projects with you, so without further ado, let's get to it. Here we go! For my Spencer, I used this purple silk tissue taffeta and purple cotton for the lining. I cut my pieces out of both fabrics. Then I gave all the pieces an ironing. I began pinning the lining pieces together. Then I went to the machine and sewed the lining pieces together. The bottom fabric got bunched up on one of the curved seams, so seam ripping time. Fixed it and ironed the seams toward the side pieces. Then I marked the stitch line. The next step in the instructions was to pin and baste the back and front pieces, outer fabric, to the lining. Then I turned the seam allowance to the inside and pinned the side pieces over the raw edges of the back and front seams. I trimmed the outer fabric by 1/4 inch. Then I turned the edges of the fashion fabric to the inside so the folded edge is a little wider than the lining. I sewed the side pieces in place. Next, I secured the folded edges of the fashion fabric and the lining. I took it to the machine and sewed the shoulder seams of the lining right sides together. Then I folded the silk over the lining at the shoulders, covering the raw edges. I sewed them in place. Closure time! I used hooks and eyes and marked where I wanted them to go. Then I sewed the hooks and eyes in. I wanted a bit of whimsy, so I added trim to the neckline. I pinned it in place and put it on Freya to check. Hercules got some pets before I started sewing the trim on. When I received the trim, the seller included 2 flowers, so I added them to the front. On to the reticule. I used a free pattern from the Pragmatic Costumer, link below. I pinned and cut it out of silk and lining. I played around with the trim a little and then I sewed the trim on the silk. I pinned the lining to the silk, right sides together. Next, I sewed around the top edges. I trimmed the corners and turned it right side out. I also turned the seam allowances toward the inside of the pieces and ironed them. I then sewed the drawstring channels with Lucius. I realized at this point that I printed the pattern wrong and it would not fit my phone. Oh well. I cut the seam allowance open under the casing line. Then I place the two sides together, right sides together. I sewed the two sides together and trimmed the seam allowance and zigzagged the raw edges. Then I turned it out. Next, I inserted the drawstring. Then I tied the ends of the drawstring together. And it was done. These two projects were a lot of fun, and I think they look lovely with my pink dress. I'm very happy with my Regency ensemble. So something super exciting happened. We reached 5,000 subscribers on this channel, and I've been doing this channel for a little over a year. I think a year and a month and a half or something like that. So that's very, very exciting. Why, yes, I did make another Regency corset. I'm Rebecca of Pocketful of Poseys. Today's project is a continuation of my Regency corset or stays saga to find a good fitting pattern to craft something that supports me and my body. So I thought, let's make some lazy stays. I had seen these stays in this pattern on Dixie DIY's video that when she made them. I will link that down below, and also Retro Claude, and I'll link that down below as well. And I thought, you know, I want to make these for myself. I want to see how they work. Now, I knew from the get-go that of course I was going to have to scale up the pattern because it's from the blog Kleidung 1800, and it's a small pattern, you know, on gridded paper. So it's a gridded, so I knew I was going to have to scale it up anyway. And I knew that the original measurements for the pattern were for someone very small. So I thought, well, this is a great time to really get in there with the maths and all of that stuff and see if I can take this pattern and scale it up to my size. It actually wasn't too hard. I'm going to explain all of what I did coming up very soon. So Lazy Stays, they're based on a French corset à la Palouse. I think that's how I pronounce it. Let me check. Let me look at that word again. Corset à la Palouse, I think. Anyway, my French is not the best. So these are stays for people who are not able to lace themselves into stays, for people who perhaps may not physically be able to wear more structured stays. And, you know, I thought, hey, no lacing, that sounds great. So I went for it. And so without further ado, I will show you all of the drama that ensued. Here we go. I started out with the gridded pattern from the blog Kleidung 1800. The most important measurement is the underbust measurement. You will need to measure from under one armpit to the opposite side under the bust and divide that number in half. My halved measurement is 15 inches. Next, you want to measure the center front length you would like. I decided on 18 inches. For the seam between front and back pieces, I started with 9.5 inches, but changed it later on. Now we need to figure out how long all of the measurements need to be. Since I knew I wanted my center front length to be 18 inches, I measured the pattern line and it was 4 inches. So 4 inches on the pattern equals 18 inches when scaled up. Then I measured the long edge of the back piece. It was 9.25 inches. Math time! I hate math! I know that 4 inches on the pattern equals 18 inches when scaled up, so I will divide 18 by 4. That gives me 4.5. I will then use that number to multiply the other pattern measurements. That will give me the garment measurements to use when scaling up. The long edge of the back piece is 9.25 inches, so I multiplied it by 4.5. I know now that I need to draw the long edge of the back piece to be 41 5/8 inches. Next, I measured from the top and the bottom of the back seam line across to the long edge. These measurements will be used to determine the width and help when drawing it out. The top line is 2.5 inches and the bottom line is 3 3/8 inches. Now I will multiply both of those measurements by 4.5. So I need to draw the top line 11 1/4 inches and the bottom line 15 3/4 inches. I also want to know how far apart those two lines are. After multiplying by 4.5, I know it needs to be drawn 5 5/8 inches between those lines. Now I will measure from the bottom of the long back edge to the bottom line. It is 4 5/8 inches on the pattern. From the top of the long edge to the top line is 3 1/2 inches on the pattern. I multiplied by 4.5 and got 15 3/4 inches from the top to the top line and 20 13/16 inches from the bottom to the bottom line. I don't know about you, but dealing with all those fractions is not my idea of a fun time, so I rounded up. 21 inches from bottom to bottom line, 5.5 inches from bottom line to top line, and 16 from top line to top. I also measured across my upper bust to get the front top measurement. It was 18 inches, so I divided it in half to get 9 inches. Then I noticed that the pattern instructions said to not make the side seam longer than 13 1/2 centimeters, so I adjusted that measurement to 5 1/4 inches. Once I got all of my measurements figured out, it was time to start drawing my pattern. Hercules was very helpful, and I watched Some Like It Hot while scaling the pattern up. I freehanded the curved edges and marked seam allowance. My two pieces were drawn and cut out, and it was time to get started cutting out my twill fabric. There are only 3 seams to sew, 1 on each side and the center front. I measured and cut out bust gussets. Next, I cut a slit for each bust gusset on either side of the center front. Then I pinned the gussets in. Before sewing the gussets in, I also pinned the center front seam. To the machine! I sewed the center front seam, the side seams, and the gussets in. Next, I sewed the seam allowance down on each side of center front to make boning channels. Time for a first try on. Not sure why I thought it was okay enough to start binding, but that's what happened. I pinned bias tape to the edges to cover the raw edges. I also got in the Regency mood by watching Sense and Sensibility. I added drawstrings to the top of the bust. So I just realized that I sewed my bias tape to the wrong side. So when I turned it over to cover the raw edges, that is on the outside. And I just went ahead and pinned it, and I think I'm just going to sew it down with the machine, have visible stitches. I don't really care. This is an experiment. I mean, I'm hoping I'll be able to use it still, and I'm sure I will. So I'm going to do that now. So here we go. After sewing the binding down, I added ribbon waist ties. So I shouldn't have already put the binding on. That was my bad. I was really hoping it would fit just by magic, I guess. So I took out the gussets that I had already put in. I had to cut some, and I have pinned on new gussets, made them a little longer, and then also I took out the boning and I put in some boning, flat steel boning, just this length, so just from here to here, so it doesn't go all the way down to the bottom here. I'm very much hoping that doing that will help it sit better, because like my Regency Stays, in the Regency Stays, the wooden bust does not sit flat between my breasts, because I believe because my stomach is bigger than my chest measurement, and so I think I was having that same issue with this because the boning went all the way down. So I decided to try some boning only halfway down. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I, of course, took the binding off the top edge, and I will rebind that, and then also add a drawstring again because I cut that out. I also shortened it a little bit at the top. I took about an inch off. So we shall see. Here we go. I got that all sewn and tried it on again. Still not pleased with the fit. Alright, it's been a few weeks since I've worked on these lazy stays. More than a few weeks. It's probably been a month or more. Anyway, partly because I kind of just got frustrated with them, and I didn't know what to do to fix them. And so I thought about it a bit, and I still don't know exactly what to do to make them work for me. And this is not to say that these are a difficult thing to make. They're not. They're super easy. And I think if you have a smaller frame, if you're thin, I think these would probably fit you and look good and work well for you if you're thin. However, I am not. So they're requiring a little more fiddling. And the thing is, whenever you draft a pattern or make alterations to a pattern, you usually have to do a lot of trial and error, because that's just, at least I do. I mean, maybe some people don't. But anyway, so the few things that I have done to try to help with the fit is I have added some boning. I've added boning underneath the bust gusset on each side, and I had already put some boning on the side, in the side seam, next to the side seam, and I also added some boning on the side of the front piece, on each side of the front piece, right here. That was just kind of a, oh, well, maybe I just need something to kind of push me towards the middle. So I tried that. I don't know how effective that is. I'm not sure if I'm going to leave it. Also, I cut 2 more slits for additional bust gussets. So I'm adding gussets on each side towards the side of the front piece. I cut the shoulder straps too short because it was pulling the stays up, but my chest was not coming off with it. So for these, I'm just going to let out the ties and see how that looks before committing to all of that. And I think if I do end up making a whole new pair, I'm going to lengthen the straps a lot so that they can attach rather than attach with the ties. But so that's where we are right now. I'm going to sew in these new gussets, and I'm just gonna sew them with a regular stitch and then probably zigzag around them. I'm not being precious about this. So off we go. Okay, so I added additional gussets. Don't know that made any difference at all. I still have the drawstring for part of it, but I don't. So I feel like now that I've added the gusset, it looks closer to what it should look like, but I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm going to call this a failed experiment. I'm just kind of at a loss as to what to try next. But I can't leave well enough alone. I tried something else. Okay. So I said I was giving up, and I have a very hard time giving up. So I made another adjustment. I actually added a little drawstring underneath the bust. And although it has not made it perfect, it has helped. I mean, it's still really not supporting my chest. I'm not sure that there is a way to do that with these stays, but it is better, but it's not perfect. Here we go. I decided to just start over. I cut new pieces out and new gussets. I thought I would try short lazy stays. I used cotton and cotton canvas for lining. So, in our continuing saga of Regency Stays, I have cut out new pieces, and I'm making use of the rest of my seashell fabric for this. And I cut the front shorter, more like half stays or short stays, because I thought, why not give that a try if we're experimenting? Hey, buddy. And so what I'm doing is I pinned the pieces together, and I'm going to bag line pretty much. I'm going to sew this, the bottom, but I'm going to leave the top edge open, and then I'll turn it, and from there I will put in some boning channels for the front, and I'm still deciding if I want to add boning on the front as well. I think I do. I think I'm going to. Perhaps underneath each bust gusset. So I did do 2 bust gussets. Hey, buddy. You back? You back? You back to see me? I did 2 bust gussets on each side, which I hope will help with the fit. And then I'm going to decide, as far as boning goes, what I want to do about that. But alright, off we go. I sewed the front together, flipped it out, and added boning. Then I sewed the back pieces and turned them right side out. We are, I feel, approaching workable I'm still having the same problem with they're not really supporting, but I think I think I'll take up the straps just a tiny bit, and then it's big through here, so I might do a dart or something on the sides here. And I am also considering adding another piece of boning right here on each side, just to kind of, I don't know, help bring things together. Otherwise, I think the fit is good. I am going to add drawstrings on each side of the bust, and I think that will help as well. I mean, it's just still not, it doesn't sit flat against my chest, like in between here, but I don't know that there's anything I can do to remedy that. So I am gonna do a couple more things, and then maybe these will be done. I grabbed some twill tape and pinned in a drawstring casing and additional boning channels. I sewed them all down. It's not pretty. Inserted the drawstrings and new boning. Here we go. Alright, so I am pretty pleased with these stays. They're not pretty. They were definitely an experiment, but I think that overall, the way they fit and working out the kind of support I need, it turned out really well. So, yay! So a few final thoughts on these lazy stays. I think they are a good option if you can't lace yourself in, which, let's be honest, a lot of us can't without help. Or you just don't want to bother with lacing, or you want something a little more casual. I think of it more as like a sports bra than like a push-up uplifty type bra. But given the adjustments I made to it as far as adding boning and all of that, now you really wouldn't have to do that if you didn't need more support, but adding boning, shortening it, for me worked well. And I think they would definitely still qualify as more casual stays. I like that they don't have laces. I like that they're easy to put on and don't have to worry about, you know, bothering my husband to lace me in constantly when I'm trying things on. So that was a big plus. And I like them. I think I would make these again in different fabric, definitely. Although I do enjoy my seashell fabric. It's fun. And although I wouldn't, you know, of course, I wouldn't be able to wear these under probably a sheer white dress or anything like that because it would show, but I could wear them under something that was a little darker colored or had a little, wasn't as sheer, and they would work fine. You know, they're not perfectly made, they're not perfectly finished, they've got a lot of machine stitching that is shown, but they're perfectly acceptable and they're perfectly fine to wear. So all in all, I say if you've been interested in making some of these lazy stays, go for it. Just know that you might have to add some more boning or things like that, like I did, just to give yourself a little more support if you are larger or more well endowed or whatever. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. If you enjoyed this video, give it a like, subscribe if you haven't. You can hit that little bell icon to be notified whenever I upload. Comment down below with your thoughts on lazy stays or stays in general or sewing or whatever. I really enjoy your comments and I really appreciate them. If you'd like to support the channel further, I do have a Ko-fi account and that is linked down below. The Ko-fi account is really good. It helps me buy fabric and all of that kind of stuff. So support me there if you feel so inclined. Again, thank you so much, and I will see you on our next sewing adventure. Bye! Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. The animals are all in here. Thor opened the door. No! No, 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 no!
What did he do?
He just knocked over Joan and Freya. Round gowns and other such garments. Hello, I'm Rebecca of Pocketful of Poseys. Today's project is a veer away from what I had been planning for today's project because, as you know, if you've watched my previous video on my Tudor smock, I am working on a whole Tudor project where I'm going to make the smock, kirtle, and the gown. And I have my fabrics, I have everything ready, I have the pattern, but based on how the smock went and just how I was not feeling well for a while, and I made a lot of really silly mistakes on the smock, so it took me longer than I anticipated. I'm starting the kirtle later than anticipated, and I just really feel like I don't have quite enough time to get it done in the time that I need to get it done to have the kirtle video be the video coming out today. It's past me speaking. And so what I've decided to do is to keep working on the Tudor project, but take a little longer to get it completed. So I'm going to kind of work on some other things while I'm working on it. And that way I can spend a little bit more time getting the fit right of the kirtle, because that's very important, getting the fit right and making sure that it's supportive. So I'm going to do that. So the Tudor project is going to be, probably the videos will probably be coming out, I would say, in March or April. Not sure. I have to go through. Of course, I have a spreadsheet where I have the lists of all of my projects that I want to do and when I want them, when they need to be completed and all of that stuff. So I have to rearrange things a little bit. But back to what I'm working on now for this video. I am going to be making an 1890s round gown. Round gowns and garments like the chemise à la reine were transitional fashions kind of between the the bigger Georgian fashions of the 1880s and the big side hoops and all of that kind of stuff, and these were kind of in between that and the Regency period dresses with the slimmer look and the softer look. So I'm making an did I say 1890s? I'm making a 1790s round gown. I'm going to be using the American Duchess book, the 18th century dressmaking book. I've had this book for a long time and I've never made anything out of it because when I got it, I was very afraid of pattern drafting. But I'm going to give it a try. I mean, it's not that many pieces. It's basically very similar to a Regency gown. And so I'm going to give that a try because I was inspired by Kate of Willoughby and Rose and also Noelle of Costuming Drama making their 1790s grunge dresses and melding the 1790s and the 1990s together. And 1990s, I mean, you know, I was born in 1980, so mid 90s, the grunge era was when I was in high school. I was not into the grunge look. I wanted to be, but my mom would only buy me one flannel, so it didn't really happen. But I got some fabric. I hope it's enough. It's only 5 yards. And I really think this dress probably needs 6 yards, but I'm going to give it a go. It may just not be as full in the back. But I'm going to, I got this plaid fabric. It's cotton. I didn't do flannel because I'm in Louisiana and I will never use it if it's flannel. It's just a nice cotton, and yes, so I'm making this into a 1790s does 1990s grunge round gown. So off we go. I scanned and enlarged the pattern in the book using GIMP. If you'd like to see how I do that, check out the video in the description. I got some love from my boys, and then I started making a mock-up of the pattern as it was without grading it up to fit my measurements. Then I got COVID, so I needed to teach from home and my keyboard had to be set up in my sewing room. My OmniGrid ruler filled in for my broken music stand quite well. Luckily, my booster kept my symptoms mild, but it did slow my sewing progress down. I measured the pattern and determined where I should add inches to fit me. I added 1.5 inches to the center front, and I cut and added 1 inch at the arm side of the center front. I also cut and added 1 inch to the side back arm side. For the center back, I added 1.5 inches to the center back. I will also need to add length to the shoulder strap, but I will figure that out later. I couldn't get to my cutting table, so a storage container lid filled in so I could trace and adjust the pattern. I cut out and sewed a new mock-up and checked it out on Freya. Okay, sleeves. I'm working on the sleeve mock-up. The first one was a disaster. I did not film doing it at all because I knew, I mean, it wasn't a total disaster, but it was definitely an experiment. So I'm using the American Duchess book to draft the sleeve, but I decided I wanted a short sleeve, not a long sleeve. And so when I was doing those measurements, I did something wrong. So the first mock-up was not the best. The second mock-up, put my tea down. The second mock-up is definitely better, but I don't think it's not quite big enough through here. I don't think. So I am working on a third. I mean, it's not bad. Like, I think it's almost there because I want it to be fairly fitted, and I want it, but through here I need this to come up a little bit higher, I think. But because, yeah, the sleeves should be fairly fitted, no puffs or anything, just a little pleating in the back if needed. So this one is pretty close, and so I'm going to make a couple of adjustments and then try that. Okay, so I thought this one was also wrong, but it's been a while and COVID brain. I think this one is actually the newest iteration. I can't remember. So I'm going to put it on the bodice and see how it is before cutting out another one. So yeah, that's next. It was the second mock-up, not the third, because I just found the third pattern piece. Oh goodness. So I guess I'm going to abandon my, I was just about to baste this sleeve in, and I don't think I'm gonna. Though I don't see any marks. Did I baste this one? Maybe I should go ahead and baste this one. I'm so confused. Anyway, we'll see. I'm gonna baste this one in just to see, and then I will cut a new sleeve with the new pattern that I had stuck inside the book. For my next bodice mock-up, I added 3 inches in length to all of the pieces. On the back piece, this led to some confusion for the curved seam, but I did my best to have the seam match the side back seam, and it worked out okay. The front piece is also curved at the bottom edge, so I measured down 3 inches at different points and connected the dots. Mock-up 3. I felt good about the fit, so I basted the waist and neckline edges to the inside. One more try on wearing my stays. I will link the video about making them below. Time to cut out the fashion fabric with Hercules. Okay, we have hit a slight snag. Hey Thor. Slight snag. I was hoping I had enough fabric to do 3 panels for the skirt, but I did not have enough length to do that. So I'm doing 2, which means that it's not going to be as full as hey buddy. Not going to be as full as I want it to be. Oh, come on. So I'm playing, oh my goodness. I'm playing around with how to arrange the skirts. I definitely want the most volume in the back, and so I'm pleating, I have pleated the back section up, but now I feel like there's not enough in the front, and I'm bigger in the front anyway, so I've taken out some of the pleats on the back, and I'm leaving like the center back pleated, and then I'm going to just lightly gather the rest around, and I think that will work okay. So that's where we are right now. I sewed the skirt panels together. All right, my skirt panels are on, except for right on the sides here. I'm just going to, I sewed the rest of the skirt on by hand, so I guess I'm just going to do this last little bit by hand as well. And I had some moments of confusion because I realized that this is the inside, because the outer fabric goes on top of this, so wrong side to wrong side, and so I just pretty much just confused myself doing that, because I had pinned the side seams going the wrong direction, but luckily I noticed before I sewed them, and I repinned them, so now that they are facing the right direction. So I'm going to get the skirt, finish sewing the skirt on, and then start mounting the outer fabric on. And I'm still deciding whether I want to do one piece at a time or sew them all together like I did the lining, except for the straps, because the sleeves are mounted to the lining on the inside, and then the outer fabric is placed over that to cover up the seams. Yeah, I'm still deciding. I think that should be fine just to sew all of the outer pieces together except the straps, and then just sew them together. And then when I put the outer fabric on, it will go, I'll fold up the bottom edge and sew that on, and so the raw seam of the skirt will be on the in between the lining and the outer fabric. Yeah. Hercules supervised as I finished sewing the skirt onto the bodice lining. I used a back stitch. Lucius needed some pets then, and Thor was concerned about that. The bodice is pinned together, and it's time to sew. Lucius was very helpful. Do you have very helpful sewing friends? Let me know down below what their names are and what kind of animals. I put the gown on Freya and pinned the bodice to the lining. Hercules and I sewed the bodice to the lining. I used a mixture of back stitches and basting. I basted the areas that would be sewn more securely later, like the underarms. At the bodice front, I turned the raw edge under and towards the lining and whip stitched them together. There will be a gathered front that goes over this layer, and this layer will just be pinned to my stays. For the waist edge, I used a prick stitch. I want the bodice front to be gathered. I saw Kate of Willoughby and Rose's video about her gown, and she cut the front skirt and gathered bodice all in one. Unfortunately, I had already done my skirt panels, so I sewed a piece to the skirt front and folded over a drawstring casing. I added a couple of eyelets for the drawstrings. And then I threaded the drawstrings through. Next, I mounted the sleeves and added the shoulder strap. And I basted the sleeves in to check the fit and everything first. And it is hard to do on yourself, even with Freya. Before sewing the shoulder strap down, I remembered I needed a facing on the back neck edge. This was due to my forgetting to add seam allowance to the back neck edge. These types of facings were used during this period, so I think it's fine. I sewed the shoulder straps to the lining using a prick stitch. Finally, I hemmed the skirt and the sleeves. Then it was done. I added a black taffeta sash to complete the look and took her out for some photos. Despite my COVID-induced confusion at times and slow sewing, I am super happy with this gown. It is so much fun, and I am very happy to have graded up the pattern successfully. And now I have a great fitting bodice block for 70s, 90s, and even Regency looks. All I would really change about this would be to go back in time and buy more fabric so I have a bigger skirt. What do you all think of this 1790s does 1990s grunge look? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. If you enjoyed this video, give it a like, subscribe if you haven't, and I will see you again on our next sewing adventure. Bye! I'm Rebecca of Pocketful of Poseys. Today's project is another installment on my journey to find supportive and well-fitting Regency era stays. Now, these are transitional stays. As the name suggests, these are stays that are a transitional undergarment between the heavily structured, heavily boned stays of earlier in the 18th century. In between that and the softer lines of the Regency era. So they have tabs like the older stays, and they do have boning. I think they have more boning generally than the Regency stays, although different transitional stays, of course, are all different. But I found a pattern online from Corsets by Caroline, and they are based on some transitional stays in the V&A Museum. And so I bought the pattern, and I knew I was going to need to size it up because it didn't go up to my size, but I wanted to see if these transitional stays would work for my body. So that's what I did, and I can't wait to share my journey with you. So without further ado, let's get to it. Here we go. I got started assembling the pattern. It's from Corsets by Caroline, and I shall link it down below. I started by cutting out the pattern in the largest size that it came in. So, I have gotten my pre-mock-up cut out. So I will be just putting that together. I'm not gonna line it or anything, and I'm just gonna use some of that sew-in plastic boning stuff that I have for a ton of for some reason, just to see. I know it's not gonna fit me because it's a US size 22, but I want to see. I want to put it together and see kind of where it sits on me, and then adjust it. Thor's tail. Adjust it up from there. And I'm a visual. I can't just like measure the pattern pieces and extrapolate what I need to do to make it fit me. Maybe I could. I don't know. I've never really tried, so math and I are not the best of friends. But anyway, so that is next. I'm just going to sew it all together and see where it ends up. A quick perusal of the pattern with Hercules, and I was ready to start mock-up assembly. Okay, I have just pinned the pattern pieces together, and obviously they're too small for me, but I just wanted to get a sense of what they would look like before I sew them together. I'm trying to decide if I want to even bother sewing them together, since pinned together it's obvious that of course they are too small. They are well below my size. But what I'm not totally sure about is that the cups are not that small. So I don't want to add a lot to those, but I definitely need to make some changes, because this is the armhole. It should be over here. So, and then of course the back Come on, Freya. This is the center back. I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, it's a lot smaller, of course, because it's it says it's a size, the biggest size is a US 22, and in patterns, I'm generally around a 30. So, maybe I will sew it all together. Although I think I can just kind of figure out what I need to do. So if this is the center back here, I need a lot more room in the back. And I'm actually thinking of making these front lacing. So I think what I'm going to do is kind of do a mock-up with them front lacing, but I'll go ahead and try some different, make some changes. So I think I'm going to cut here and add some more width across here and do another tab. So basically I'm going to just make this double, and then here I'm going to, I'm thinking do that. It's pretty much the same thing as well, just add extra tabs. And then for the front, I'm going to cut and add in here. And then cut down the middle and, you know, add enough to turn over. Instead of having a thick busk in the front, I'll just have bones on either side. Probably do the synthetic whalebone. That's what I have. I don't think I have any steel. But, so that is where we're at. And then, so I think maybe the thing to do would be to make the cut here on both pieces, and then add another tab, widen this out, and hopefully that would get the underarm closer. Anyway, we'll just have to do some more experimenting on this. I like the shape of these. I think they're going to be really, really good when I get them done. The second mock-up ended up too big, so I readjusted the pattern. Mock-up 3. I used twill tape for boning channels. I pinned the channels in place and sewed down both sides of each strip of twill tape. Hercules and I went with a combination of zip ties and synthetic whalebone because that's what I had. All right, I got all my boning channels sewn in, and then realized that I probably should have put the cups on first before I did that, but I don't think it'll make that much of a difference. I just have to, you know, make sure I don't hit any bones while I'm putting the cups in. And yeah, I ended up taking a little bit out of the back, because when I just kind of held it up to myself, I was getting an overlap in the front, and I don't want an overlap there because that's going to be laced. So I actually want to be able to pull it together. So I took a little bit out of the back. I had already put a bone in, so I just took out the same amount on either side of the bone. And I think that's going to be just fine. And yeah, so I'm going to get I need to cut the lining out. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to sew the lining and the twill together for the cups and do the gathering on those, then put the cups in, then put the lining in. And oh, I still need to attach the straps too, so off we go. I next worked on the cups and pinned the cotton lining to the twill, incorrectly the first time, but luckily I noticed and pinned them right sides together at the top edge. A quick ironing and it was time to sew. I need a sturdier sewing table. I trimmed the seam allowance, turned them right sides out, ironed, and marked the drawstring channel lines with a friction pin. After sewing the drawstring channels, I inserted the drawstrings. There are different methods you could use to insert a drawstring. You could use a safety pin. I've used a bobby pin, and a bodkin works nicely if you have one. I have a couple and I constantly misplace them. Hercules supervised as I made openings for the drawstrings with an awl. This awl is from Burnley and Trowbridge. Now to attach the cups to the stays. This is definitely more difficult if you put the boning channels in first, as I did. But I had lots of help and supervision. The bottom of the cups are gathered to fit. Lucius was especially helpful during this part. To the machine to sew in the cups. Again, it would have been easier before the boning was inserted. And I sewed one cup into the armhole. Seam ripping time. Lucius wanted to make extra sure my lining fabric stayed put. Hercules supervised attaching the lining to the stays, wrong sides together. Glad he caught that. I hand sewed the lining over the raw edges of the cups. We are in the home stretch. I have attached the lining, and around the cups I folded it over, or folded it to the inside and whip stitched around, and then around the rest I basted it. I just basted the lining and the outer fabric together, and so now it's binding. Although I kind of want to do a quick try on before. I need to cut off some of this excess, but I kind of want to do a quick try on. But in order to do that, I need to put lacing holes in, and I'm just going to optimistically hope that it fits well, and I'm going to go ahead and bind it and then do the lacing holes last. I haven't decided if I want to do hand bound eyelets or if I want to use metal ones. That is still to be determined. So off we go. For binding, I used linen tape from Burnley and Trowbridge, and it really was lovely to work with. I went with metal grommets, but didn't have enough for the straps, so I did those by hand. I added the lacing and put it on. I am almost happy with the fit. I wore them for a while and under my Regency dress, and my bust definitely needs more support. So I am going to add boning under the bust and at the sides. I will also add some padding into the cups. Don't tell me that ladies of the time didn't add padding or whatever to enhance their silhouettes. You know they did. I will also take out a bit more at center back because they are still a little bit big. That is all for the future. For now, these stays are what they are, and I'm going to make those adjustments, and I will update you all in a future video with the new fit. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. If you enjoyed this video, give it a like, subscribe if you haven't, and if you'd like to be notified whenever I upload or whenever YouTube decides to notify you, hit that little bell icon. If you'd like to support the channel further, I have a Ko-fi account and that is linked down below. Please stay tuned for the continuation of my stays journey. I'm going to do some fiddling with these stays and I'll update you on where I get with those. But also I'm very excited to let you know that I am doing a collab with Shannon of Shannon Makes, and we are going to be making some 1940s trousers. And I'm really excited about this project. We're using the same pattern, and if you go check out her channel, which I think you should, I'll link it down below and somewhere, and go check out her channel, you will see that we are very different sizes, but we're using the same pattern. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this pattern works on both of our bodies. What do you think will be the most challenging about making 1940s trousers on a plus size body? Let me know down in the comments. So stay tuned for that, and I will see you again on our next sewing adventure. Bye! Hello. So today I am going about doing some more fit adjustments to my transitional stays. The fit was pretty good, but not exactly what I wanted. I need them to be more supportive, and so yeah, I'm going to add some more boning. I think I'm going to, well, the first thing I'm doing, I've already pinned it. I'm going to take a little bit more out of the back and see where that gets me fit wise, and then after that I'm going to most likely add some boning here under the cup to help that have a little more support. And then I don't want, I'm thinking that maybe the cups are a little too small. It seems counterintuitive because we're not supporting it all. So I thought, maybe are they too big? Do they need to be cinched in more? But the first thing I'm going to do before I commit to taking the cups out, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. The lining is sewn over the cups, over the seam allowance, and I hand sewed that, and I can take that out fairly easily, easier than machine sewing. But before I commit to doing that, I am going to make some little crescent shaped pads to put in the cups to give some place for my breasts to sit on. Because yeah, I mean, I don't have gravity is not my friend at the moment. I don't need an amazing amount of support like I would if my breasts were heavier, but they do need help staying up. So I'm going to try that first. But first, before I deal with the chest, I'm going to take some out of the back, and I'm going to add some boning. I'm going to add some boning, I already said, under the cups here, but then I'm also going to add some more at the side. I'm going to add another bone. So just put this on briefly. So I'm going to add, you can't see that, I'm going to add a bone on this side here, and I think maybe one right here, to kind of to give me a little more support. So off we go. I basted the back adjustments before sewing it down with the machine. A quick try on with the back adjusted. They are already looking better and sitting tighter under my breasts. I added the new twill tape boning channels on the inside on top of the lining because lazy. I measured around the cups and drew out a crescent shape for my bust pads. I cut them out and sewed them on the machine. Next, I turned out the bust pads and stuffed them with scrap fabric cabbage. I sewed the pads shut by hand with a whip stitch. Next, I pinned the crescent pads in place and sewed them to the lining by hand. They seemed a little large, but will decompress some with time. My next step was inserting the new boning pieces, out of frame, and with help from Hercules. I couldn't find my chemise, so my bodiced petticoat stood in. The cups needed to be gathered in more by the drawstrings at the top. They feel so much better and more supportive now. The tabs want to flip up, but that's because they hit at my largest area under my bust. With my bodiced petticoat over the tabs and a dress on top of it, it shouldn't be an issue. I'm very happy I took the time to make these adjustments. I'm excited to wear them more, and I feel comfortable and supported in these. What do you all think of the new fit? Would you try transitional stays? Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you again on our next sewing adventure. Bye! I'm going to take... Why can't I talk today? Hello! I assume you, like I, have been made aware that Bridgerton Season 2 is going to be premiering very soon. In honor of this exciting news, I decided I needed a new open robe, and I'm going to bring all of you along with me on my journey. So, without further ado, let's get to it. Here we go! I am about to start working on my Regency open robe. I wanted to do my own take on a Bridgerton costume, so I've chosen some vibrant colors. I've got this lovely orange taffeta that's embroidered. It's poly. Silk was not in my budget for this. I'm kind of basing this on some of the promo shots I saw with some different open robes, and there was one that was a dark pink, kind of like a dark magenta, almost purpley color, and yeah, I really liked that. But then I wanted a vibrant color, and I saw this orange taffeta. I was like, okay, that is what I'm doing. So for this pattern, I am using the same pattern I used for my Chemise a la Grunge because it fits. I spent so much time working out the fit. This is based on the round gown from the American Duchess dressmaking book. And so, yeah, I've already adapted it. So I'm going to do the open robes. I'm going to do the open robe sleeve. I can't speak. I'm going to do the open robe sleeveless. So I don't need the sleeve. I really just need the, hey Hercules. What you doing? Don't scratch my chair. Okay. You stay there, be still. I just need the bodice pattern, basically. And I'm gonna use the same bodice pattern for this as well as the dress because I like the way it fits. I'm gonna do some alterations for the dress so that it's more of so that it has like a drawstring at the waist and in the bust, but I'm going to use the same bodice pattern. I'm now considering this my Regency era bodice block because I know that it fits, and it fits with the more conical 18th century stays, and it also fits with my transitional stays, which I think I'm going to wear with this. They haven't had much of a wear yet, so I'm going to definitely wear those under this. So I'm going to fit this all over my transitional stays, and I am going to do a little bit of a mock-up because for the open robe I'm going to change it slightly. I lengthened it for the Chemise a la Grunge, and I'm going to actually keep the length, but on the front I'm going to lower the neckline so it kind of comes under the bust rather than across the bust because the dress is going to be under it. So let's go. Hercules and I got the pattern pieces I needed, and I went ahead and retraced the bodice front since I wanted to adjust the neckline. I cut out a mock-up just to make sure the neckline was where I wanted it to be. Hercules supervised as I pinned my mock-up pieces together. To the machine to sew the mock-up. I put on my transitional stays for a quick fit check, and I think once the bottom edge is turned up, the length will be good. Now to start work on the lining. Like my chemise a la grunge, the fashion fabric is mounted to the lining. I gave the linen lining a good ironing before pinning and taking it to the machine to sew. Lucius needed to make his presence felt. He also made sure I sewed the lining pieces together correctly. Checking the fit on Freya. It looks a little big on her, but she is wearing a corset and my transitional stays, and I'm a little bigger than I was when I made her. I need to adjust her stuffing some. I clipped the curved seams and ironed them open. Now to cut out the fashion fabric. I got my pieces cut out and am ready to start assembly on the outer fabric bodice. After sewing my fashion fabric bodice together, I began pinning it to the lining layer. I forgot that I had planned to sew the back piece to the lining and then sew the side piece on top of it. Ah well. It would have been easier to make sure the pieces were all straight, but this way worked just fine. I clipped and turned the lining neckline edge and the fashion fabric neckline edge towards each other and pinned them in place. I sewed the neckline edge with a whip stitch. For the shoulder strap, I liked this open robe in Patterns of Fashion with the pleated shoulder, but I liked the back skirt pleats of the blue American Duchess pattern, so I decided to combine them. I arranged the shoulder pleats how I liked them and got all of the pleats pinned. I will attach the back skirt to the fronts and pleat the back skirt all the way around. I sewed all of the shoulder pleats by hand on the couch with Thor and Loki. Then it was time to get to work on the skirt of the open robe. I sewed the two panels together. The seam will be at center back. This fabric is 58 inches wide, so I had a lot of pleating ahead of me. I started the skirt pleating at center back. I'm doing knife pleats with the center back pleats facing each other. I eyeballed the pleating and it worked out well, and I only ended up repleating a small section. I call that a win. So many pleats. I sewed the pleats down to the lining by hand. Next, I got to work, with Hercules of course, on the hem. I wanted a train that sloped up to the front skirt length, so I marked the back skirt on one side and cut the skirt angled up toward the front. I then placed the cut piece on the opposite side of the back skirt and used that piece as my cutting template. It actually worked. I think as long as your panels are the same length, it should work. I spent a couple of hours on the couch hemming it and then turned up the bottom edge of the bodice fashion fabric and sewed it to the skirt and the lining with a prick stitch. I put it on and it looks a little crooked, but I think I just put it on a little crooked. But I think it's looking good and it's ready for a final ironing, and then it is done. I'm very happy with the way this turned out. I really like this color. I wasn't sure if I was going to like this color on me. I like it as a color, but I was a little unsure as to whether it would be flattering on me, but I really like it. And it feels so ostentatious and so Bridgerton-y. It's actually Featherington, I think. Featherington-y. But I'm very happy that I made this, and I can't wait to share the dress I'm making to go with it with you next time. For fastening in the front, I have just pinned it. I'm considering doing some hooks or perhaps buttons, but we shall see. I think it's fine just pinned. I may not have a ball to go to, but at least I have cheese balls. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, subscribe if you haven't, and if you'd like to be notified whenever I upload, you can hit that little bell icon. And if you'd like to support the channel further, I have a Ko-fi account and that is linked down below. Again, thank you so much, and I will see you on our next sewing adventure. Bye! Hello, I'm Rebecca of Pocketful of Poseys. Today's project is a continuation of last week's project, which was my Regency open robe in honor of Bridgerton Season 2 premiering. My original plan was to get this gown finished for the premiere of Bridgerton Season 2, and I was planning on getting my video up at my normal upload time, day and time, which was Saturday at 11 a.m. Central Time. So thank you for being patient with me as I am a day late getting my video up, a day late and several hours. But I am excited to share this process with you. I made a lot of mistakes and I will share those with you as well because we all make mistakes, right? So without further ado, let's get into it. Here we go. I got my Regency bodice block pattern out again and started thinking about how I wanted to alter the bodice. I'm using a light shirting weight silk shantung. I decided to use the width of the original bodice front for my new bodice center front piece that will be gathered. I did end up trimming the top points later to make the piece rectangular. This is how it will attach to the side bodice front piece. I next turned and pinned a narrow drawstring channel on the top of the center front piece. Okay, so I am thinking about the front of the dress now. I cut out a piece to use as the front of the dress, just the bodice front, and now I'm wondering if I should just cut the bodice skirt and bodice front all in one piece. I'm thinking this because I remember when I was making my chemise a la grunge, I had seen Kate of Willoughby and Rose on Instagram. I had seen her grunge dress, and she had the front piece was all one piece, and she put a drawstring in the neckline and then wore it with a sash so it didn't need to be gathered at the waist, though I will need to gather it at the waist. But that's why I was going to cut them separately, because I thought that would be easier, because then I'd have a defined point where I want the waist to be, rather than dealing with a lot of fabric all at once. So I've got my mock-up, and I'm thinking of using this as the lining. But then I was also thinking, do I really need lining? But I think I do want lining. Just, it makes it easier attaching the skirt and everything. You attach it to the lining and then you sew the fashion fabric over it. And I think that's what I want to do. Just really like I did with this, the same idea. The skirt is all attached to the lining and then this is sewn over it. Do I use this piece for my front, sew the skirt panel onto this, and then do a drawstring casing where the skirt and this front piece meet? Or do I cut an entirely new piece and just cut the front and the skirt all in one? But no, I just answered my own question. I'm not going to do that because then I will have more fabric in the front to gather down. So I'm going to leave this as is, sew the skirt to this, do the drawstring here, and hopefully that will work. I am a little worried that this needs to be longer. But if this needs to be longer, that is not a big deal because it's a small piece and I do have 8 yards of fabric. So I have enough fabric to get this done. So sorry for all the confusion. I got to work sewing the bodice together. I went ahead and sewed the shoulder straps on as well. We had some bad weather come through and I had to teach my lessons on Zoom, which required setting my keyboard up in my sewing room, so now it's my sewing table. I turned the lining and fashion fabric towards each other and pinned the neckline edge of the side fronts, shoulders, and back of the bodice. I checked it on Freya before sewing those edges down with a whip stitch. My next step was basting the lining and silk at the arm size. Lucius helped out, of course. I also folded and basted the bottom edge of the bodice lining up. To the machine to sew gathering stitches on all of the skirt panels. Then I sewed the skirt panels together. And I used the selvage edge, so I didn't have to do any seam finishing there. Next, I pinned the skirt to the bodice lining and gathered it to fit. Time to think about the bodice center front and skirt front. I gathered the skirt to fit the bottom of the bodice center front and pinned it in place. For the neckline edge, I sewed the drawstring casing I had previously pinned with a whip stitch. For the drawstring at the center front waistline, I used the seam allowance by sewing the edge closed and zigzagging the raw edge. This was definitely a lazy move. I then threaded a drawstring through the opening I made at the center front, and I sewed the sides down to the bodice side fronts. The bodice is looking pretty good. Okay, so we are making progress. It's a little slow going, mostly because I didn't really think out my bodice as well as I should have. And so, hi kitty. And, ooh, okay. There you go. Kind of just figuring it out as I go along. And yeah, I think I'm going to add a waistband of sorts to the front, just the center front basically, where it's gathered, because I think having a more defined line there will look better. I think it looks okay just gathered, but I think having a defined line will be better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a strip to the side and attach it on one side, like sew it down on one side, and then I'm going to put a hook on the other side so it will go just under my bust. I could have just added a waistband all the way around initially, but I didn't think of it. So I'm just adding a little waistband just to the center front, right under the bust, so that will define that area a little bit better. At least that is my hope. So here we go again. Trying out how that would look, and I like it. I also added some antique buttons on either side of the bodice front for a bit of interest. I got to work sewing the bodice center front to the side fronts with a prick stitch. I did the same around the entire bottom edge of the bodice. I thought I would alter my sleeve pattern from my chemise a la grunge and make short puffed sleeves. They didn't work out. I would need to go back to the drawing board for puffed sleeves. So, there are times in life where you realize you're not going to get your project finished, and I am having that realization. It's Friday night, and yeah. Video is supposed to be scheduled for 11 a.m. Saturday, and it's not done. So it is what it is. I was trying to do puff sleeves, but I, again, didn't plan. So they didn't work out. So now I have cut out just a regular sleeve, just the regular late 18th century two-piece sleeve. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to get these sewn together, and then I'm probably going to go to bed, and I have to work tomorrow on Saturday from 1 to 8, something like that. So yeah, this probably won't be out till Sunday, so it is what it is. And yeah, there we go. I sewed a narrow hem on the sleeves. My next step was getting the sleeves set. I did gather the tops to fit rather than pleat, but I tried to arrange the gathers towards the back. And of course, I sewed one end with the gathers towards the front. So once the sleeves were in, it was time for the finishing touch of the belt. I sewed one side down and attached a bar to the opposite side, then a hook to the free end of the belt. And then my new silk Regency gown was finished. So a few final thoughts on this project. The mistakes that I made could have been prevented if I had not been rushing to try to get this finished. And I know there's really no reason for me to rush. My deadlines are set by me for myself. I could change my deadlines and I just feel guilty doing it. And I know that that's silly and I shouldn't feel guilty. But so the biggest issue are the sleeves. They're just set in wrong. They're a little too small and I'm not quite sure why, because I used the same pattern that I used for my chemise a la grunge for the sleeves. And thinking back, maybe did I forget to add seam allowance for this? That's entirely possible. I think I forgot to add the seam allowance because I didn't include it in the pattern. So there you go. So I have enough fabric to remake the sleeves and reset the sleeves, and then I think I will be happier with this dress. For some reason, the bodice, the bottom of the bodice is uneven. That's another thing. I'm not sure exactly how I did that, but I'm going to take a closer look at that and see if I can get that straightened out without having to take the skirt off. I think I'm gonna have to take the skirt off, but again, it's not that big of a deal. It's just frustrating because I shouldn't have been rushing as much as I was, and that's on me. So do any of you have plans for making Regency gowns? And if so, what type of gown are you planning on making? Please let me know down in the comments. I really enjoy reading your comments and I really appreciate them. So thank you so much for them. Let me know down below if you are enjoying this season of Bridgerton so far. I haven't watched it yet, so please no spoilers. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. If you enjoyed this video, give it a like, subscribe if you haven't, and if you'd like to be notified whenever I upload, you can hit that little bell icon. If you'd like to support the channel further, I have a Ko-fi account and that is linked down below. I will see you again on our next sewing adventure. Bye! Hello, I'm Rebecca of Pocketful of Poseys. Today's video is my first foray into 18th century menswear. I followed a pattern guide and a tutorial by Lynn, and I will link all of that in the description below so you can try it as well. I enjoyed working with this pattern, and I mean, when I say pattern, it's just a general guide because 18th century men's shirts are pretty much just squares and rectangles. But I used Lynn's video tutorial to guide me through how it all goes together, and I will link that in the description below for you to follow along as well if you would like to make your own 18th century men's shirt. So without further ado, let's get to it. Here we go. Lynn has a kind of a basic 18th century men's shirt pattern guide. Nice thing about this type of pattern is that it's just rectangles, squares and rectangles. So the body needs to be your shoulder width plus 12 to 14 inches is what the pattern recommends. And then that's the width. And then you'll cut 2 of those rectangles. And then the length is however long you want to be from your shoulder to the hem. And yeah, and that's the main body. Then you've got 2 sleeves, which are also rectangles. The sleeve length is however long you want your sleeve length to be, plus 3 to 4 inches for poofiness. The sleeve width is your bicep measurement plus 7 to 14 inches. So there's a lot of variability depending on how you want the shirt to look. We've got the collar, which is the base of your neck, plus 1 to 2 inches. The cuff, which is your desired cuff length. It could be your wrist measurement. It could be a little bit bigger so you don't have to have a closure for it. You've got a neck gusset, an underarm gusset, and a shoulder reinforcement. And Lynn has a video on YouTube, kind of a sew along type video that you can watch as you're making this to help you. So there we go. Let's get started. The only thing that concerns me slightly about the measurements is that it's based on your shoulder width, right? And then you add 12 to 14 inches. So my shoulder width is 14.5 inches. And if I add 12 inches, that makes it 26.5. And then 14 inches would be 28.5. So 28.5 would be the overall width without seam allowance would be 57 inches. Now my hip measurement is 60 inches. So I would worry that it wouldn't fit over my hips, which, you know, my hip measurement is what? 8 inches bigger than my bust measurement. And because this is a men's shirt, it's made to be straight up and down. Now, if I increase the width to where, let's say if I went to 31 inches per side, that would make it, or even 30.5 per side, giving me 1/2 inch seam allowance. And I probably would do a 1/4 inch to give me a little bit more room. That still would be just right at my hip measurement. I'm going to base mine on my hip measurement. So I'm going to do the body of mine. Each side I'm going to do it at, I'm just going to go ahead and do 31 inches per side. And actually, I'll do 32. I'll do 32 inches per side. That makes the overall width 64 inches. So that gives me a lot of ease, or at least a decent amount of ease. So there's a fold at the top, and then the neckline, there's a cut made for the neck, and then that's what you attach the collar and the shoulder reinforcement and all of that to. Okay, So that's what I'm going to do. So this actually technically is the fold. It's folded across the center here. And then, yeah, the length. Okay. Now let's do this. Okay, I am using some cotton voile, and I have some linen, but I was saving it for a different project. I'm probably going to use it for this chemise, or I'm going to make it a chemica for Italian Renaissance. But, so let's see, let me measure. So we're going to do 32 inches here. I'm going to go ahead and just make my length a yard because that's easy to measure. I chose to make my vertical center front opening 10 inches. I think even 8 inches would be long enough. I marked and cut my horizontal neckline opening and then cut my center front vertical opening. Onto sleeves. My bicep is 15 inches. So adding 7 inches makes that 27, and that is exactly how wide what I cut off when I was cutting the body is. So I'm not going to make them super poofy. They're going to be, you know, only relatively poofy. Alright, and then the length is, let's just do a square. Let's do 27. Now let's do 25. Let's do 25 inches. So we will cut that there. I tore along the grain line and marked the top of each sleeve piece. So I'm cutting my collar pieces. You want to take your neck width, your neck length, and then add an inch or two to that. And then, so, do mine here. And then however tall you want your collar to be. So I chose 5 inches. So mine is 21 by 5. And you cut two of these. These are my collar pieces. Just gonna pin those together. I'm gonna write C on those. So I know they are the collar. After I cut my collar pieces, I happened to have two 5x5 squares. So I'm going to use those for my underarm gussets because they need to be 3 to 9 inches, and that's 5. So perfect. So these are the UG underarm gussets. Ugh, I need a better friction pin. Okay, so we pin those together. Those are my underarm gussets. So we've got the body is cut out, the sleeves are cut out, the collar's cut out, the underarm gussets are cut out. So we have 2 cuffs, 2 neck gussets, and the shoulder reinforcement left to do. All right, for my cuffs, I am going 10 inches. My wrist measurement is 7 inches. I want to be able to get it on and off without having to have a closure, basically. So I'm doing 10 inches, and then I'm doing 3.5 inches for my width for my cuffs. Hercules checked on my progress, cutting out the neck gussets. Sewing time! First, I turned a narrow hem on each side of the center front opening and whip stitched both sides down. Following Oralin's tutorial, I then reinforced the bottom of the center front opening with a buttonhole stitch. Onto the neck gussets. There are a couple of ways to do these, and the tutorial goes through them well. I chose the way I had not done before to try it out. The way I used works best for machine sewing, but I did one side by hand and one by machine to test both ways. With this method, you sew one side, flip and sew the opposite side, then press the raw edges in and fold into a triangle covering the raw edges and whip stitch it down. I definitely prefer the method I had used before. With that method, you would press all of the edges of the neck gusset in and then fold into a triangle and sandwich the raw edges of the neckline corner between and sew it by hand through all of the layers, covering those raw edges. Gathering the neckline front and back is next. What I just gathered the neckline, the back, and the fronts, and next is the collar. I just did one line of stitching with the widest stitch length on my machine. This fabric is so thin I didn't feel like it needed a double line of gathering. So onto the collar. I did not notice on the collar piece that it needed to be cut on a fold, which I should have thought about, but I didn't, so I did not cut it on a fold. So I'm just going to go ahead and sew my two pieces together, and then that will be that. I marked the center and quarters of the collar before pinning to the neckline right sides together and gathering the neckline to fit. After sewing, the free side of the collar is turned under and pinned over the raw edges of the neckline on the inside. The inside of the collar is then whip stitched down. And it's nice and neat. On to the sleeves. I began by attaching the underarm gussets vertically at the top of the sleeve, leaving the seam allowance open at the bottom of the gusset. The bottom horizontal edge of the gusset is then lined up on the opposite side of the sleeve and sewn. Next, the sleeve seam is sewn from wrist up to the gusset. If you are adding closures to your cuff, you don't want to sew all the way down to the wrist on the sleeve. You want to leave an opening. I'm about to start on the cuffs, and I have realized that I cut my cuffs too short. I don't know what I was thinking. I definitely need more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my cuffs a little bit narrower. Those are my cuffs. I didn't want to bother with closures on the cuffs, so I didn't leave an opening at the bottom of the sleeve seam. I decided on my cuff length. And next, I gathered the sleeve wrist to fit my cuffs. And then I pinned and sewed the cuffs to the sleeves, right sides together. The cuffs are folded and then folded again over the raw edges on the inside and then whip stitched in place. I marked how long I wanted the opening for the sleeves to be on the body of the shirt. Kitty petting break. My next step was sewing the side seams of the shirt, stopping at the mark for the sleeves. I zigzagged all of my raw edges. I was definitely not bothered enough to hand fell. The sleeves were inserted and gathered to fit and sewn in. Finally, the hem was turned up and sewn down. I used the machine. Didn't do that by hand either. Freya got the first try on. Huge thanks to my monthly supporters. You are so lovely. I am really happy with how this shirt turned out. It was a pretty easy project and nice after a couple of bigger dress projects. I definitely recommend Oralen's tutorial. Check out the links below. How do you feel about 18th century menswear? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. If you enjoyed this video, give it a like, subscribe if you haven't, and if you'd like to be notified whenever I upload, you can hit that little bell icon. Be sure to check out Oralen's links below, and I will see you again on our next sewing adventure. Bye! Season 3 of Bridgerton is nearly upon us, and I want a new dress. However, have I planned this dress? No. Do I have material to make this dress? Possibly. Am I flying by the seat of my pants? Absolutely. Let's get started. All right, so I have a pattern from Mood. So it was a free pattern. I need to get it all cut out. I have it all taped together. It is the Mood Bridgerton dress. I did not cut out or print out the skirt pieces because I think I'm just gonna do panels and go from there, because it's like these are like, I think they're like supposed to be like lining underskirt, I guess, maybe so you don't need to wear a chemise, but or a petticoat, but I'm going to. So, and this is the skirt right down here. You can see it's just straight lines. So that is what I'm going to do. So I cut out the bodice pieces, the sleeve lining and the sleeve, and that's where we're going to start. Now, as far as fabrics go, I want to make this, of course, with only SAS fabric and not spend any money on it. Now, I have this tulle that has some embroidery on it. It's pretty. I like it. However, it's not quite enough. It's not going to be enough to do the whole dress because the sleeves are massive and the skirt takes a lot of material. So I'm thinking maybe I will use this to make kind of like an open robe or a sleeveless spencer that has a train that's longer to go over the dress. That is my plan. That's what I'm thinking, because there's definitely not enough of this. Even though it seems like a lot, there is a lot of me. So we have a lot of real estate to cover. So this I'm going to figure out, and I might just hack the bodice pattern to make a spencer. So we'll see. And then as far as the main dress fabric, I don't really have enough of anything in my stash that will A, go with this, and B, that I have enough of. The only thing I have enough of is this, which is a stretch satin of some sort. It's not billowy thin, right? It's not like a nice light silk or even a taffeta. It's got weight to it. However, it doesn't have the same greens, but I think with this layered on top, I think it will look pretty. The only thing that wouldn't be covered, it wouldn't be completely covered by the tulle, of course, because I don't have enough fabric to do that. The sleeves wouldn't be, but I think it could work. So let's start this. Hercules was on hand for pattern cutting supervision. I
cut out my bodice pieces in the satin fabric and cotton lining fabric. To start assembling the bodice, I pinned the darts on the front bodice and back pieces. To the machine to sew the darts. I repeated these steps for the bodice lining. I pinned and sewed the side seams and shoulder seams on the lining. This pattern is very simple and pretty quick to put together. After ironing the darts open, I pinned and sewed the bodice front and backs. Next, I ran gathering stitches on my 2 full-width skirt panels. Then I pinned and sewed the skirt front panel and back panel at the side seams. I used the selvage for those, so I didn't sew them with French seams as recommended in the pattern. Now to gather the skirt to the bodice. I marked the center front on the skirt and bodice and pinned the skirt and bodice together at that mark and at the side seams and center back. Then I gathered the skirt to fit the bodice. Back to the machine to sew the skirt and bodice together. Mail break! I'm directing and costuming a production of Into the Woods this summer, and I ordered some fabric for the stepsisters' dresses. They will be gloriously garish. I wanted to use taffeta for both, but I couldn't find the purple color I wanted in taffeta, and in fact, I think I'm still on the lookout for the right color, because it's supposed to be mauve, and mauve is a hard color to find sometimes. Back to my dress. Sleeve time. I sewed the sleeve seams with a French seam. The sleeve heads are gathered. The bottom of the sleeves are gathered as well. I deviated from the pattern here. It was supposed to have kind of double sleeve puffs, but I didn't like that, so I cut the sleeves a bit shorter and just did one set of gathering stitches. I had a little of this trim, so I added it to the top of the gathers, covering the pinked edges of the sleeves. The sleeves went in well, and I adjusted the gathers to fit the arm size. No sleeveless today. I got to work on the overdress thing. I used the bodice back pattern and the arm side of the front bodice pattern to Frankenstein something for this overdress. Honestly, there wasn't much rhyme or reason to this. I cut panels of the tulle for the front and cut out the arm side to match the back bodice. The rest of the panel I used for the back bodice was gathered to the back waistline. I bound the back neckline with a scrap of satin. I did the same for the arm size. The fronts are just rectangles. I gathered the tops to fit the shoulder of the back piece. I also gathered the tulle along the waistline and sewed a ribbon around the waistline to use for a closure. This part was fairly chaotic. The final steps for the dress were baglining the bodice, hemming, and figuring out closures. I considered a zipper, but I didn't have a good color. I was not in the mood for buttonholes, so I used ribbon to tie it closed in the back. I may go back and change that closure, but for now it's functional. I'm quite happy and fairly impressed with the end result of this unplanned, impromptu project. The pattern from Mood was easy to follow and pretty uncomplicated. I really love the sheen of this satin, and I really love the color. What about you? Have you made this pattern? Are you excited for Bridgerton Season 3? Do you have any Regency plans of your own? Let me know in the comments. Huge thanks to my monthly supporters. You're awesome. The tulle overdress is okay. The arm size stretched out a bit while I was finagling the binding, but it's not too terrible. I think it looks nice over the dress. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate you spending your time with me. Be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed this video, and I will see you on our next sewing adventure. Bye!